Hi, good morning everybody who is there online. This is pretty cold in Delhi right now, and a very good morning to you today for the Google App Engine training. Welcome to this session on day 5. Today is Friday, and good morning to everybody. It's raining also, so good. Clouds and rain is good. It's raining in Coimbatore, I guess. Excellent. Good. And so, that's a good thing. When we're doing cloud computing, it's a good thing to have clouds above, real clouds above. And we are also having a lot of cloud computing, and outside also there are clouds and raining, so that's a very nice sign. So let me talk to Ananya in this list. Hello? Is Ananya there?
Hello?
Ananya Bakshi?
Yes, sir. Hello?
Good morning, Ananya.
Very good morning, sir. Hello?
Okay, I'll come back to her later on. Karthi. Karthi Singh. Good morning, Karthi. Are you there online? Karthi? So I'll come back to you, Karthi. Let's see, Niyamat. Yeah, Niyamat has. Good morning, Niyamat. Are you there? I cannot see you, Niyamat. So you're busy. Sangeeta B. Hi, from Coimbatore. Very nice place. Green all around because of rain. I know this. Once I have been to Coimbatore. Very nice. But unfortunately, we are not connecting. Good morning, Sangeeta.
Good morning, sir.
How are you? Now I can see you.
Good. How are you, sir?
But cannot
Okay.
hear you. I cannot hear you.
So what about now? Hello?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, good morning, Sangeeta.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
So it's raining in Coimbatore.
Yes, sir. Drizzling.
Good. It's almost like that only here in Delhi.
Drizzling from morning. Okay.
Okay. And so about Google App Engine, Sangeeta, what's your feelings on this right now?
So got a bit confident that I can continue with this data storage in cloud, both by connectivity as well as by queries.
Okay, great. So did you
Sir,
manage did you manage to write one record or some records into data store?
no, so sir, I'm so sorry. I'm coming with open statement. I need time, sir, to get in practice with this data source, and somewhere I'm struggling with software and coding part. I need time. With the help of that manual, I'm sure I can try, but need a lot of time.
Yeah, that, I mean, your practice time you have to do yourself. But you should be able to understand how to do it. You're understanding how you
that
do
part and all I'm clear, sir. How to do that insert part, retrieving part.
So later on
by queries.
You will be able to pick up from the manual and
post session.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Post session I have to spend time.
Okay. Today we'll do till 3:30
okay,
only. So after that you practice.
Okay. Yes, sir. Definitely.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, sir. See you.
Let's now talk to Arthi.
Hello.
Yeah, hi. Hi, yeah, good morning, Karthi.
Good morning, sir.
Karthi.
Can you hear me now?
Slightly, very low voice, but okay.
Can you hear now, sir?
Yeah, little voice, but I can hear you. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah.
So,
I've completed almost 5 or 6 applications.
very good. I am very happy.
I've completed the status, completed TDO, but I haven't completed this authentication in Maven.
That's okay. That's okay. But I'm happy that you are able to write to data store. Yeah?
Yeah, I'm sending you the links also.
Yeah, please mail me the links of your uploads, your projects. I'll be very happy to see it.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. So you are in Chennai, right? How's the weather there?
Yeah. Chennai, it's morning it rained, it seems. I opened my eyes only by 8 o'clock.
Sorry, you are opening, you woke up 8 o'clock?
Yeah.
Okay.
I slept only by 3 o'clock.
Okay, that's okay. So you are late night, you are working with this App Engine?
Yes.
Very good. I am impressed. So you got your hands pretty dirty, I guess, working with the engine. But how are you finding this then? How are you finding this Google App Engine?
It is similar to Hibernate, which I...
Hibernate? It's similar to? Hibernate framework.
In Java.
Okay. And where is that used?
It is used in Java.
Okay. So I'm not aware of Hibernate. So that's why I'm asking. So if you know Hibernate, probably you are getting, you'll be able to understand it better.
For us to
Understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So people who know Java and Hibernate should find it easier, I guess, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else you want to talk about?
Nothing.
Okay. Good. Good to talk to you. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Bye. Bye.
PP.
Hello.
Yeah. Good morning.
Hello. Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Yeah. Good morning, Mantri.
Good morning, sir.
Good
Maninder.
morning. Maninder.
Good morning.
So how are you doing?
So yesterday I didn't get much time, but I have done with the delete part
Okay.
plus the GDO part.
Okay.
And filter and sorting I left with that. I done it by today.
Okay. Very good. So you have done that. At least you have touched the Google Data Store. I'm happy to know.
Yes,
that,
I'm done with it.
Okay. Okay. Good. So,
Thank you.
anything which is a major problem right now, or is it okay? You will be able to later on practice more and do it. Is there
No,
some?
sir, no problem is there. It is very interesting and I am doing it very well.
Thank you. Good.
I didn't find any problem.
Excellent. Very good. Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you. Okay, bye bye.
Whom do I talk to next? Where does this go? Can we try this again? No. Niyamit. Hello? Is there something called Niyamit over here? I cannot see you. Please be back soon. And Ananya is there. Ananya?
Hello?
Yeah, hello. Who's this?
Yeah, good morning, sir.
Is this Ananya? Yeah, good morning, Ananya.
Yeah.
I cannot see you, but
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Oh,
Okay?
okay.
I can only hear you. Yeah, but I can only hear you. I cannot see you, but that's okay. So, did you manage to do any exercise on Google App Engine?
Yes, yesterday I was trying with the data store, but there was some problem, like, I don't know. In one system I can do it on localhost, and while deploying on Google App, there was some problem. I notified yesterday, so I have to check with today.
You're in Bangalore, right?
Yes.
Okay, Ananya. Okay, for all of you over here, I would want, after this training is over, at least you should continue, be in touch all the faculty members and help each other out with this debugging. And there are few people who have managed to upload things. So there are just make a group of this people who are there in this training. I have tried to make a Gmail group, or you can say Gmails are there. I've sent a mail to everybody, so be in touch and try to work on this, Ananya.
Yes, that helps a lot. If it is a
Yeah,
group, we can have a discussion and we
sure.
can do it.
Yeah, share your screenshots of errors with everybody, and hopefully somebody can answer why it is happening. I want people over here to become like slowly answering the questions why a particular application is working or not working. So I'm sure slowly that will happen. Let people do their work first, and then you also contribute your
Sure.
discussion points in this. Okay, Ananya?
Yeah, sure.
And once you do it, you'll find it easy. Once your data
Yes,
gets published,
yes. It is interesting.
Right now, because it's a new technology, I understand it might be taking some time, but just you have to practice yourself only. I cannot practice for you.
Need if the need find us.
Yeah, sure. Once you do it, once you try to do it, you practice it, you'll get more confidence. Don't worry. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, Ananya. Ttt. Ttt is not available. Yeah, you're there, but I am trying to call you. Ttt. Ttt.
Hello. Sir, good morning.
I'm trying to get you on air, but you are not coming on air.
Could you hear me?
You are present, but you're saying what? So, what I don't know how to communicate. So, how are you finding this?
Hello, sir.
Were you able to?
Could you hear me?
Were you able to upload things? Yeah. Were you, Pritija, were you able to get data into data store? And
Yes,
same
sir.
for Niyamat R. Were you able to get data into data store? Good morning, Niyamat.
Hi, sir. Hello.
Yeah, now I can see you. Good morning. You are in Chennai again, I think, right? And it's raining there also, I think. No? Is it raining there? No.
Not raining, sir. So cloudy.
Sorry, cloudy. Very good. Cloudy is good sign for studying cloud computing. Good. So we are doing cloud computing and clouds should be there. So did you manage to get your data onto the cloud? One record it. Yeah? What did you do? Send me a link. Send me a link of your project. Okay? Send me your link of your project. Okay? Which exercise did you do?
JDO based.
Okay, very good. No problem. The JDO also helps in putting data. So send me the link. Okay? I want to just see that. Okay. Thank you. Okay. And it says Shravnan. Yeah, Shravnan. Good morning. Little bit down. Half of your face is cutting. Right. Thank you. So I can't hear you. Good morning. Good morning. No, no voice. Sorry. So were you have done JDO? I can see that JDO demo. Right. Anything else you have done? I cannot hear you. Okay. So I'm sure. How are you finding this? How are you finding the technology? Will you be able to work on it and upload more data? I wish I could hear you, but never mind. You can just type in. Okay. With time you will be able to do it. Okay. Good. So send me the links as soon you are able to do it. Send me the links of your projects. Okay. Send me the links of your projects. Okay. Thank you. Very good. Copy. To Jyoti. Good morning, Jyoti.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, hi. How are you doing?
Fine.
Good. Great. So, what's your status of your Google App Engine exploration?
I have already sent you some links today. I have done
Today?
the insertion and the deletion part.
You have sent me links today.
Just 15 minutes before.
Okay, I just got it. Good. So I will look at it later. Okay. So which projects are these?
Sir, these are maybe APIs, endpoints, and insertion and the deletion one.
Wow, great. So you're comfortable with getting data to the cloud. Very good. Hopefully the records are getting stored there. Excellent.
Yes.
Good. Any issues or problems you're facing in using this?
One issue I got, already I have done with the insertion by the name of vConnect. In the deletion part also the file name was same. So I have changed the workspace. So after that it was working. But before that it was giving some error. Then I thought of changing the workspace. After that it was working perfectly.
Okay. So you are trying to import the same file.
The issue with the same file name.
So you're trying the vConnect.
I have imported the solution files.
Right. I got it. So alternatively, you could probably think of deleting the project vConnect of insert and then importing the vConnect of delete.
Even I have tried out this one, but it was not working perfectly.
Okay.
So what I did.
One second. So maybe it just deleted from Eclipse but did not delete from the hard disk workspace folder.
Yes, it might be the case.
Maybe. Second thing, what you can do is there is a option or name renaming a project option. Probably you can rename the old one to something else and then re-import vConnect.
I have tried it.
You can try that also.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Jyoti. Thank you so much. Bye. Let's go to Mumbai.
Hello.
Mumbai, how's Mumbai doing today? Yeah, who's
Hello.
this? Yeah, good morning.
Swapna.
Good
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
So how much have you reached with the exploration of Google App Engine?
Sir, data store part is pending, sir.
Pending.
I didn't try yesterday.
You should try now.
So, today I tried. Today I tried. Yes.
Okay, try. You are kind of way behind others, so please try.
Yes, sir. Today
It's not that it's not that difficult. I only want is you can just take this.
Hibernate, sir.
Okay, so if you know Hibernate, so you should at least try to use it. Okay.
Okay, sure.
Good.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let me go to this place. Bangalore. Bangalore. Good morning. Bangalore. Is anybody listening in Bangalore? I cannot see you, but can you be listening to me? Hello? Hello? Good morning. Good morning. Anybody in Bangalore listening? Anybody in Bangalore listening? Ah, Marvi. Marvi. Okay, I cannot see anybody in Bangalore. Yeah, anybody in Bangalore? No? Okay, we'll come back to Bangalore. First, yeah, Jyoti, sorry. Oh, sorry, Jyoti. I think I want to talk to Anjali. Good morning, Anjali. Where is Anjali? Good morning, Anjali. Okay, I'll come back to Anjali after some time. Okay, sorry. I have not seen you, no? Same situation. There is no video for that. Okay, never mind. Maria. Annanagar. Good morning. Hello, is there Maria? Good morning. Can you type again if you're there? No, no, Shravlan, please send me a mail. Don't send me the path on this. Send me a mail on NITGAE3. Okay. Yeah, good morning, Anjali. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? I cannot hear you. Yeah, now I can hear you. Yeah, good morning. So, how are you today? And how was your exploration with the engine? And how far you have gone ahead and explored it? Very good. That's about chapter 7 is related to data store, I think. Port is already in use. No, once again, can you first the camera, look at the camera first. Your photograph is not clear. It's still not, you're too close, just move back a bit. Your direction of the camera is not right. Yeah, now it's better. Okay. No. Still not better. It's too low now. Okay, now, great. Now, what was the problem? Can you tell me the problem once again? When? Local server. Okay, one second. Slow. So yesterday also I had got this error. When we were doing for 8888 port, when it was a servlet, this error was happening on my system also. At that time I had shown you, and you or somebody pointed out, like, there is a earlier deployment which has not stopped. I mean, you would have done it earlier and it is not stopped. So what you need to do is you have to go to the debug window and kill the process which is running in the background. I will just try to show you, and still it was not doing. No, it will, that is, if it is for that port is already in use when in local, generally this is the problem, that application is running in the background, so you need to kill it and then it will work. When I am doing it, I'll try to show you where that option is. Okay, maybe we'll get that error again today. I'm sure maybe we'll get that error today or tomorrow. Definitely we'll get that error, and then you can see how to solve it. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, one second. Hello? Yeah. Who's this? Yeah. Okay, I'm just trying to get the status of people who are in this group, and so that I can know where you guys are, and I can continue accordingly. So I'm just making sure that I have spoken to any. Did I not speak to anybody in this group? I have spoken to everybody hopefully today, whoever I could. I hope I have been able to talk to everybody, whoever is online. Anybody I missed out? Okay, I think that's about it. So, okay, great. So, let's continue from this. Let's continue our discussions on Google App Engine. Today and tomorrow are two precious days, and there are a lot of features which I would like to show you and talk to you about. So be patient with me and listen attentively on to this exciting engine, which I'm very happy to see that many of you have managed to explore, and the rest of you are in process of exploring, and given the time I'm sure you will be able to explore further. So let's continue with our exploration further. So a small recap of what we have been doing and we have done till now. We have first of all started with our simple Hello World application. Then we, on day 2, made endpoints or APIs on Google App Engine, and then we used the APIs on day 3 to write data onto data store, and day 4 we indexed and filtered and sorted the data, and we saw more features of this data store. So we will see some more features of this app engine. For example, there are very exciting demos of small features. It's like an engine. Now that we have started to explore the engine, there are different parts of that engine, and there are different parts we are exploring, and we are checking whether we are able to understand that particular component and how it works in the overall scheme of things. And so let's see one more example of this app engine. Okay, so today morning what we'll do is we have this we have done till activity 9.2 we did yesterday, which is on using composite index and filters. Today we'll do activity 9.3, which is searching, filtering and sorting data using Google endpoints and using objectifying. So let me get to my slides. Okay, so we will be now doing this activity, starting with this searching, filtering and sorting data using Google App Engine, endpoints and objectify, and we'll see how we can add on features of searching, filtering and sorting data into this. So till here we have done insert, update, delete, view. Now we're looking at searching, filtering and sorting data. These three options which are coming up next. Okay, and so this is the kind of output we would want to create in this. So when I filter the records, I should be able to specify the criteria on which I want to filter, and whether it is profile ID or profession, and if I am trying to sort the record, I should be able to tell which field, on which field I want to sort the records. So these are the functionality we will build over here. And of course there is a search option, which if you want to give a search over here, I can search by email, profile ID, name or phone number. By selecting one of these I can say and then search. Okay, so let me go back to this. Right, so this one has, first of all, updating existing file to add search data features, adding filter data features, then sorting data features, and then deploying and running on App Engine. So instead of taking too much time in assembling all this information, I will first run this application and then show you the code how it is run, and then we'll see how it can be done using the solution which is provided already. So this is 9th chapter, activity 3. Okay, I will delete this or rename this. The option is not active. Okay, right now I have imported this one vconnect by renaming the old vconnect file, and I'm going to say finish. Hopefully it should get me this vconnect file here. Okay, so in this happened to this console.developers. Let me deploy this over here, and before deploying I also have to update this constants file. And also this has to go okay, so I have just now changed things. Let me deploy this. Uh-oh, I made a mistake. I think I did not change the POM version. Yeah, just stop this. It's actually downloading the earlier version of API. Go to this pom.xml and so wherever the version is 9.18, change it to 9.31. So to do it, the steps which are mentioned over here, we have to open this file, open the profile file and add this code. The index annotation.index. Now what happens is in this Objectify, whenever you give @index, this symbol over here @index. Here, this one. Whenever you give @index, that particular field is indexed. That's the annotation used to index a particular field. What is @id used for? Any ideas? @id is there. That @id is for primary key. Yeah, primary key. So with the fields which you want to index, you have to give @index symbol. So in this case, you're making an index on name, on PID, on profession, on cell phone number. In the preceding code, @index is declared with the properties to create the index on these properties. So that is the role of index. Once that is done, you can make a API which will get the values by ID over here. This API is to get the value by ID, this is to get by name, and this is to get by phone number. So there are 3 APIs being declared. How does that get called? Over here, this is to get a particular value using this query profile function. You see, connect service.offi.load, type profile.class, filter PID is equal to PID. This will query the particular record, search for a record based on PID field, which is the profile ID of the user. Similarly, over here, instead of the profile ID, we are giving name, so that we can search on the basis of name. And then over here, we are filtering it on the cell phone number. So in vConnect endpoint Java, the other things are there. So task 1 step 9 will come here, means this is get by ID. This is a function or the API call to get by process ID. This is to get filter by name. And step number 11 is to get the values by cell phone number. So when you are building it, these tasks will be copied from here and put in the file. Right now I actually deployed it to save time. Let's see whether it's running. Oh, not deploy. What happened? There was a problem with the version 2 had gone in. I'll explain about the version later, but let me deploy this again with version 1. So till task 11 you will do, and after that in task 15 in profile.js so if the source is equal to ser, that is search. If the source is search, then the radio button will be displayed, and the get data function will be called. Once somebody selects a particular radio button, that means if the person selects the first radio button, that means he wants to search by email or profile ID, by name or phone number. So based on what particular field you want to search is from the radio button. So when a person selects a radio button, this control will go over here in profile.js and check over here if document get element S1 is checked, or S2 is checked, or S3 is checked, or S4 is checked. So if, let's suppose, S4 was checked, then email search is said to be true, and actually name field which should be true. This should be false. This is let me show you on the code again. Okay, so now this is deployed. Let's see this working. So if I were to search, first let's view. So these are the records which are present inside the database data store. So there are 7 records right now. Let's say this is the record I want to search. So if I click on ram@gmail.com, it will only get me the value of ram. Similarly, if I want to search by phone number or by other fields, I can do that. There seems to be some bug with phone number. Let's search for professional as training. We are not checking with profession. Let me see if indexes are created behind the scenes. It may be that the indexes are not ready. Should be serving. Okay, it could be that this data, I need to enter the data again. So now I have got a profile ID also, and I've got some records. Now let me search for profile ID. So now it is returning 2 records. So it is searching now. So there is a change in the code in the insert. So using this, because there was no field ID earlier on, and this is now searching for records based on email ID, profile ID, name and phone number. Once I have used this interface to add the records, similarly I can filter by profile ID is equal to 1 or profession is equal to actor, maybe there are no records. Right, actor has come. And similarly I can sort based on profile ID. So right now it's getting confused with the earlier data, which is already present. So okay, when you are running this application, ensure that you are running it on a new project, because the interface which is used for the insert is slightly different in this application than the previous one. So it will not pick up the records properly or cleanly. So when you are deploying this application, deploy it on a fresh project and insert the record fresh. So then this will give the proper output. So now let's look one by one how is these search, filter and sort features have been incorporated in this code for this Google Data Store. Okay, in endpoint we will add over here task 1 step 9 get by ID, one particular this is API being defined. This is another API being defined, get by name. It has this function connect service of load type profile.class filter by name. Next, it has got filter this thing another API which is get by phone number, where in this query string I have written of load type profile and filter cell, and there last over here is PID or the profile ID. So after you've done this, you go to profile.javascript. Over here in this file, this @index is used to index a particular field on name, profile ID and profession and cell phone. So if now we also have to look at the JavaScript file. Profile.javascript. This is profile.html. Where is profile.javascript? It's in the JS folder here. Earlier on we had done edit and delete. If there was an edit option, then this particular code was getting executed, else this code is getting executed. Now task 1 step 15 is over here. So if the option is to search, so the search buttons are displayed, and it is having the radio buttons getting displayed, and then when a button is clicked, there is a get data function being called. This is task 1 step 15. Check radio button function has to be added. This one, check radio button. So in this, if I have selected the S1 button, that means it is the email search, because this is disabled is false, and rest of them are true. So the rest of the fields are disabled and email search is enabled, and we get the value from there and call get data function. Similarly, if it was a second checkbox, then it is the PID field which is false. Similarly, if it is the third button, it is the name, and if it is the fourth button, it is the cell phone. So this is how it is organized, that based upon the checkbox, whichever button you select, that particular value will be, that particular box will become active. So then one by one it is calling. If you had selected by ID, get by ID function is being called, which is actually calling the get by ID API, and then executing populate function. Similarly, this one is calling the name field, checking on the name. This is checking on the phone number. So these functions are getting called, are actually calling the APIs. Then we go to populate. So whatever response I am getting, I am then displaying it as part of a HTML document using this Not this one. Properly. Yes. Using this function, task 1 step 20 will come here. So if source is equal to search, I will get the values and display it in the inner HTML. Over here it says no record found if there are no records, else display records. And in this, in a tabular format, the response is being displayed using this display record response function. So this is how we are doing the option for search. Populate function comes, then display the record comes, then we display the records which are getting searched, and then save and deploy this application. So follow the steps, and I'm sure using the task files you'll be able to make this search work. Something similar for sorting, filtering first. So for filtering, first we make another API called filter by ID or filter by profession, because in this we are doing filter by profile ID and filter by profession. So two APIs are defined over here. So in the check radio method, I'm checking if the first radio button is clicked or the second radio button is clicked, and if the first is clicked, I will filter by ID, and second is clicked, I will filter by profession. So first one, if it is clicked, it will call filter by ID, and this is asking for the value on which you want to filter, and then that particular value, PID field, whatever value you are putting in PID, will be passed on to this request GAPI, gapi.client.vconnect p.filter by ID, and the parameter is process ID. So this will go to the API, it will check the system for the records matching the process ID, and then get the records back, and populate filter function will display it on the screen. So the populate filter will display the record which is coming as a form of table. The table is created using this for loop. So using this for loop, the values which are being returned in the response will be displayed on the screen. So you have updation of profile.js file. Then we have the profile.js file, and then we can deploy this, and then the filter option will start working. And finally we have a sort option, adding code for sort option. So in this the command is connect service.offee.load.type profile.class.order by PID. So this order is the command which will help us sort a particular record or a particular field. So this method is sort by ID. Similarly, there is a method called sort by name. So sort by name is used to again connect to the Offee load type profile.class order name. This all is coming in the V endpoint as task 2 steps. Over here, yeah, you can see over here, this is queue connect service Offee load type profile.class filter process ID. And this is profession ID. So based on that, this is being filtered, and we are looking at order by now, right now. Sort by name. So in this sort by name, this is the order by name. So query profile queue connect service.offee.load type profile.class order by name will order sort by name, and over here it will sort by profession. So there is some code to be added in profile.js also. which is sort related. So if source is equal to sort, that means you have clicked on the sort menu option, then this part of the code will get executed. So you can see that step by step this code is getting built, and you can try it out on your own when you're doing it. The input file, you take the input file and follow the instructions to build the output or the solution file, which is also given to you. So you also send a request to gappy.client.vconnect sort by ID to execute this sort by ID function. And in profile.js some more functions are added. This one, function by name, no, sort by name. And sort by profession and so name, ID and profession, three is the value. Three values are there. Sort by profession, sort by name and sort by ID. So these are the three functions, because we are giving three options to search. Either it can search by sort by ID or by name or by profession. And once you do this, save it and run this application, so your sorting part will get executed, and we deploy this onto the Google App Engine. So something similar is given for the lab also. So similar to the lines of code which are being created in the activity, something similar is created for the exercise for students to practice. I will just deploy this again on a different project. So I'm over here because yesterday these values were not updated. I'm just seeing whether now they are updated. So last updated 20 hours ago. It says there are 31 entities and 582 indexes, and composite indexes are 86. These values were not updated yesterday. So if you remember yesterday, the values for index, how much of it is being used, was not coming because this script is run once a day. So you can build the functionality for search, filter and sort by following the steps which are mentioned over there. The data files are present in the faculty folder. Later on, once we are through with the sessions, then you can try this out. So then this will complete insert, update, delete, view, search and filter options. Here in this we are using the API method. So everything is sent to API and returned from the API. Why are we doing this API? Why are we doing this API? We can also do it by directly storing in data store. We are doing it for using the API because then this application become more scalable and can be used across devices. You can have it on mobile, tablet as well as web, and it becomes pretty scalable and secure. There is another thing which you can also see and observe. There is this vconnect file which is already present, and if I wanted to import another vconnect, actually this is the same file. Since I'm closing these projects, generally it may give an error over here that this project already exists, in which case you can also give new template name and the file can be imported, which has already been imported once. So you can use a different template name. So is this clear, or you want me to build this, copy paste it and build it? Is this clear that how to build for searching, sorting and filtering? Very few responses have come in. Please say yes or no. Okay, good. So when you practice, you can try it out. You can either take the solution or you can take the task files and the input files, and then you can create this other paths which are there in this search, filter and sorting. So let's take 5 minutes break and then 10 minutes break and start with transactions. There's a next topic called transactions. We'll start with in 10 minutes. Okay? Hi, welcome back. Welcome from the break. So I can see 2 new names in my list. So I just want to say hi to you. So good morning, K. Hazara. And in Guwahati. Hello, good morning, Guwahati. Hi, good morning from Delhi. Is it Guwahati? Guwahati is not listening right now. Okay. Okay, so we will start with the next topic, which is implementing data store transactions. So as you are aware that this data store is a different kind of database than you have been used to. So the kind of transactions which can be handled by this data store is also different, or the way it handles transactions is also different. The issue is that you cannot really have the kind of transactions which you have in SQL in case of data store, because if you lock tables, then your queries and searches will become slow. The query and search will become slow because you would have locked tables while doing transactions. So it is not advised to use transactions in data store, because the main purpose is to get the search working faster, and if you put in transactions, then the queries will become slow, and it may also happen that you are not able to get the results. So let's look at the concepts first in this. So the normal your transfer of money from one bank to another, definitely you need transactions. Then there are these terms which I'm sure all of you would be aware of. In RDBMS, a transaction can be defined as a sequence of operations performed together as a single unit of work, and it gives ACID properties. I'm sure you are aware of ACID properties. Can you say yes or no? Few yes I have got. Others? So you are aware of it from your RDBMS concepts. So in this case, in case of data store transactions, there are transaction is defined as group of operation on one or more entities. So we are just limiting to entities. Transactions assure that either all intended effects will apply or none will apply, which is the intent of transaction anyways. Transaction ensures the data remains in consistent and predictable state before and after transactions. So now this is interesting and new development over here. Transactions get 60 seconds of duration to complete the task. So if it doesn't get, the transaction is not completed, anyways it will go, is going to be rolled back, or it is going to be stopped. So there is this condition being applied on transactions, and transaction may fail when more than one concurrent modification is attempted on the same entity group, and transactions surpass a resource limit, or data store faces an internal error, and transaction is optionally to be used in the data store. So in case of data stores, transaction should be optional and not mandatory, because they tend to slow down the system, they tend to slow down the queries, and that's why there are certain limitations which are put on the transactions themselves on the data store. So the concept of commit and rollback need to be specified while using transactions, and a transaction need to explicitly call the commit statement to save the record in a data store. So on successful transaction commit, all operations performed during the transaction are effected automatically. If a transaction is rolled back, none of its data store modification will be performed. For better practice, put a transaction in try and finally blocks and explicitly perform a rollback if the commit was not performed for some reason. So we'll see one code and an example where we'll create a transaction using try and finally block. So to begin a transaction, we have a method of data store service, and there is a transaction interface that defines the logical unit of operation to perform against the data store. It is available in Google Com API data store package. So it gives these functions: commit, get app, get ID, is active, and rollback. So we'll see. We'll see the use of this. Of course, you all understand commit and rollback, and this checks whether the transaction is still active. The transaction is still active, and get app and get ID will be getting the IDs of the application. So this is how you define a transaction in Google App Engine. For example, there is an employee Peter. So we get its key, and now what we are doing is we are changing the height and age together. of over here in this. So right at the beginning we are starting the transaction over here. We say begin transaction. The transaction starts, and finally in the try block it's whatever the transaction we are putting, and then we are explicitly saying commit the transaction. Over here there are some values being set. So height is being set, and over here age is being set in the data store. So over here entity is being updated. Here Tom is being updated, and if the transaction is keeps on going beyond 60 seconds, so if transaction is active, that means it's still going on, then it should be rolled back. So transaction will be rolled back if it doesn't get completed. So let's look at one example over here. So as a web developer, you need to create a Google App Engine application. We'll store data in App Engine data store to maintain integrity, consistency. So create a descendant entity name, contact number, and email address for ancestor entity name person. So there are two tables, or in fact 3 tables or entities in this case, how we're saying it. So person, contact number, and email address. Contact number and email addresses of a person we are trying to update together. So we will try to update contact number, email entity should be stored at the same time in the data store using transaction. You need to commit the transaction manually once the transaction finishes. So once it is done, so on successful execution, we'll get a message saying that the transaction completed successfully. So let's look at this example implemented. So let's look at this activity. Okay. So this is the code which we'll execute. So first of all, we define an entity called person, and store Tom in it. Then we get its key and over here pass that key to this new entity so that there is a relationship between the contact number and the person entity. Similarly, we have added 2 mobile numbers and 2 email address, and all this is happening in a try block. This is a similar example which we had done yesterday. Only difference is we have added now over here a begin transaction statement and a finally block. So let's just simply run this. So so what are the steps? I hope same steps are there. So I just have to create the servlet and deploy it. I've got transaction servlet. Okay, never mind. Okay, so let me run this locally. It says data saved. Let's see if it is showing right now. Right. So it is showing over here in the local data store, person, contact number, and email addresses. So maybe yesterday I was doing 8080, and that is why it was not coming. 8888. is run over here. So you can see over here that Tom is one value, contact number has another value, and email address so this is working on the local server. Let me stop this and deploy this. So till the time it deploys, can talk to people over here who have joined in later. Is somebody over here at Mangalore? Hello, Mangalore? Mangalore? Hello, Mangalore is there, but I cannot. Mangalore is there, but I cannot talk to you. Talk to you. So, okay, never mind. Okay, never mind. Okay. And let's see, it's deploying. Yes, deploying new version. So it has deployed it on the server, and I run it, and the data is saved, and I'm sure it will be there in the backend. Okay, this is showing now more usage. Some data is coming so that you can see some activity which is happening. On the dashboard. So where's my data store? Okay, so I have got this added twice because yesterday also we had added it, and here employee contact number, email address, person, Tom. Okay, they have also developed something called GQL, a new language. Maybe G is for Google Query Language, which is something similar to SQL to do a simple queries on tables. So let's say select star from contact number, gets some results. So still, if you prefer to use SQL little bit, you can use it here and refer to GQL help. So this was a small demo of simple transaction. Okay, now there is another concept called as entity group, which is used in transactions. So an entity group is a set of one or more entities which can be manipulated in single transaction. Two newly created entities of the same kind do not belong to the same entity group unless you put them in the same group. And assigning a parent to a new entity puts the new entity in the same entity group as its parent's entity. So, for example, we are creating a entity group where I have dad and me and brother, and dad has another grandfather as an ancestor. So these are, grandfather is the ancestor of dad and dad is the ancestor of me and brother. So these are three entities which are all linked together. An entity without a parent is the root entity. So grandfather over here is the root entity, and a parent entity can be a parent of another entity. So dad is a parent entity for both me as well as brother. So these are simple things to understand. So to define an entity key, we need to use a key. Each entity has its own group by default, and by specifying parent's key and creating an entity, it will be added to the parent's entity group. So if we get father's key, and when we are creating me, so me will get added to dad entity, and if dad is already has a grandfather, so this will become the path, complete path, ancestor path. So the person has got a grandfather, a father, and then this is a new entity which is being created using this key, dad's key. So here we are using a transaction with entity groups. So we create a new entity called Java, and we entity called book, and store Java in it and save it. Then we starting a new transaction. Over here we are getting the key, get key of book, which is a new entity which was created. So entity Java is over here. Java set property cost 100. So this is a new entity called new value being put 100. We're setting the cost of the book to 100, and we are also saving this. Data store put Java. This is the transaction on the root entity and committing over here. Then there is a transaction on the child entity. So the transaction starts again with the begin transaction. We get the key from the book and set the author as James Glossing, and then we store this edition in the data store and we commit it. So there is a separate transaction for the child entity and there is a separate transaction for the root entity, because we are not going to have two tables wait on each other by locking it. Otherwise the queries will become very slow. So there is a root entity transaction which is there and a child entity transaction which is there. So there is also a concept of cross-group transactions. A transaction or entities that belong to disparate entity group is known as cross-group transaction. One transaction can be applied across 25 entity groups and will execute successfully until no current transaction touches any of the entity group to which it applies. A cross-group transaction that contains only single entity group has exactly the similar performance and cost as a single group cross-group transaction. In a cross-group transaction that includes multiple entity groups, operation costs the same as if they were performed on cross-group transaction but may experience higher latency. You can use cross-group transaction using either of the following options using low-level API or JDO or JPA. So you can use either data store service or async data store service interfaces, and transaction options class enables the transactions to be a cross-group transaction in a low-level Java API. This illustrates, the code is illustrating how to create and start a cross-group transaction using data store service interface. So we start with the data store factory, get data store service and create an object of data store. Then transaction option, transaction build with cross group is true. We use this function transaction option builder dot with cross group true to say the transaction is a cross group transaction, and transaction is started with begin transaction with these options which are being set over here, transaction options. And the person is a new person is being created, and we set its age as 22, and we store the person in this using this transaction TXN. Then there is a new contact which is being created, and they have no link between the contact and the person. And over here we are setting the mobile number as 7787 some number and storing it and then committing it. So over here this is a cross group transaction where we are updating two things. One is the person and contact, and committing the transaction by specifying that this is a cross group transaction. Also in the file jdo.config.xml you have to give property name equal to data nucleus app engine data store enable xg cross group transaction value equal to true to enable cross group transaction in JDO. To enable cross group transactions in JPA, you need to add the following property to the persistence.xml file. Data nucleus app engine data store enable cross group transaction value equal to true. So there are different levels of isolations which specify the rights that the other transaction will have on the data that is being modified by a transaction. So in case of databases, we understand that two transactions may be running concurrently and one may wait for another transaction to complete and so on and so forth. So there are serializable, repeatable read committed and read uncommitted. These are different isolation levels of transactions which are similar to what is there in RDBMS. So data store transactions satisfy the serializable isolation level where each transaction is totally isolated from other data store transaction and operations. The data store operations outside the transaction satisfy the read committed isolation level. So the transactions will be serializable isolation level. That means they will wait for the other transaction to complete. And data store operation outside the transaction satisfy the read committed isolation level. So read committed isolation level is Once the values are committed, then they can probably be read. Entities retrieved from data store by queries or gets will only see the committed data. So when entries are retrieved from data store by queries, they will only see the committed data. That's what read committed would mean. So the next is how to run the transactions using Objectify service. We have been using two methods. One is your normal JDO JPA, and the other is using high-level third-party tool called Objectify. So in Objectify, we need to mention something like offie.new transaction, and we perform the operation and then return true. This is how you define a transaction. We will see one example and we see how this is done. So this is an activity now. After performing various activities on your WeConnect portal, you have been asked to display the total number of profiles available in App Engine data store using Objective Service. So we are, as in the beginning I told you that in the data store you can't do a count function. Select count star from table. So there are workarounds. One of the workarounds is that you can have a counter field which keeps on getting updated. Of course it will slow down the value of it will slow down the work, because you have to add one more value and keep on incrementing it in the data data store. But what can be done is that either you do this or you'll have to rely on the previous old data. For example, daily you'll have to run a batch file and update this counter, and based on it, let's say currently for example it shows how much of hard disk space I'm using. That is yesterday's data when the batch had run. Similarly, how many records are there in my database? Either I can have a very updated counter which may slow down my system, and which is what we are going to implement just to see the transaction effect, or I can rely on a batch which will update periodically my system. So a user counter entity should be created and will count the number of profiles available. Number of profiles available should be displayed on the view profiles web page. The total number of profiles should be increased automatically on creation of a new profile, and total number of profiles should decrease on the deletion of a profile. And this is what we are doing, that as when a record is added, there is a counter which is maintained over here, profiles available. So currently it says 3, and when we add one more it will become 4, and if we delete one it will become 2. So this is not a very efficient way of doing it, but only for transaction, understanding that we are updating one table, that is this record being added and the profile being this counter being updated together. So we are putting these two, updating these two values together in a transaction. That is the scenario. So let's see this activity now. import Maven based project. Okay, so I wanted to show you this. Okay, so if I already have a vConnect application in my project Explorer, and I'm trying to import another vConnect application. This was one question in the morning also. So, and when I say pom.xml, you see project vConnect already exists. Add a version or custom suffix using name template in advanced settings. Can you see all of you? Can you all see this error which has come? Right, so you can see this error. Very good. So what you will do is go to advanced, and in the name template you can give some new, let's say this is activity 10.10.2. So I can give some name over here, for example activity 10.2, and say finish. So I have got this activity 10.2 over here, which is nothing but same project Maven with different name. This is not an error, by the way. People, if you're getting this error, is not an error. This is something to do with the pom.xml where some dependency has got outdated. So we are not going to solve this and say finish. So this is one more way of loading same project twice, thrice, but with a different name over here. Did you get this? Did you understand the thing, the concept which I told you? This is using, I'm importing the vConnect again, even though I already have it. Okay. So this is there, and also the error which was coming is really not to be taken seriously. But of course changes have to be made. So I will change 9.8 into 9.31. I will change App Engine ID over here. I will use some different project this time. I will use a different project. Let's say Hello Maven. Keep it version 1, 2, 2. Okay, and then constants.java. I have to put web client ID. Okay. So I have kind of a skeletal of vConnect now. Let me deploy and see whether it's working before I add the transaction. So till the time it's deploying, I can talk to somebody who's just signed in. In Guwahati, how are you doing? Hello?
Hello. Hello.
Yeah.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning. What's your name again?
Sir,
Who's it?
Anjana. Shetty ma'am
Anjana.
Anjana. Yeah. My full name is Shetty ma'am Anjana Sinha.
Right. So, how much of App Engine have you experienced? Have you managed to put some
Sir,
data in this?
Yes, I have completed the short filter that we have done yesterday, the activity part.
You have completed those activities. And were you able to do the activity 7.4? Activity 7.4, which was on...
part.
Yeah. Delete.
Yes, sir, I had completed that, but delete part.
So just send me the links of your projects if you can. Send me the links of the projects on mail. Okay?
Okay.
So I want to be, I want to see your deployments, to be happy, to see that you are exploring the App Engine. So whoever has deployed, please send me a mail with your links to Google App Engine. And also, right now you can send me an email regarding today's attendance. Please send me a link on today's attendance on nitgae3@gmail.com. So it has deployed. Let's see. So there is this application I have to add over here. Let's see if I'm able to add. So this is a different, slightly different code. So that's okay. Insert is not working also. I know the reason probably. Reason is record saved. Okay. Now we can see view. Okay, good. Okay, so let me insert one more record. Okay, so at least basic part of this is working, and I'm sure this will also be working. Hopefully. Right. So I'm able to do basic functionality on this. However, I want to implement transactions in this code using Objectify. For that, let's go through the steps. So create user counter.java file inside vconnect folder. So this is create user counter.file. User counter. So let me go and get my task file. So what does this user counter have? User counter has got a ID, that is a count ID, primary key string, and a long counter over here. And I have got a constructor with 2 parameters and a 0 parameter constructor, and set counter and get counter. 2 methods are there. So I created this user counter Java, and a recap over here. @entity over here means that this user counter is an entity, and over here @ID is used to define that count ID is a field to be created as primary key. Save and close. Connect service.java. Add the following code in connect in the static block of connect service.java. connect service.java. So we have to register this new class which we are creating. Over here, create. Then we open we connect endpoint.java file. This is step 11, which is import work. This one. Import work. Then add the following code after the count data method will come here. Count data method will come here. Count data method is there. So you have a count data method over here. Then replace the existing code of save data with the following code. Save data. Over here the transaction is being defined. So off the entity now. No. Right, over here, if I would look at it, there is this statement which says, this statement over here. profile p connect service of it dot transact new work profile. So this is defining the start of the transaction. So the question was, when you are saving it, the counter should increase by 1, and when we are deleting the number, the record, the counter should decrement by 1. So in the remove data, we have to make changes. So in transactions, task 1, step 13, what we are doing is, again, we are starting a new transaction over here, and when we are deleting a particular value, the counter is being decremented over here. Then the delete and save happens. So in the table there is the entity which is being deleted, and in entity U this counter is being decremented and saved. So it picks up the current counter value from loading. It's loading the current counter from the data store. Let's say current counter is 5. It picks the value, it stores it in C, then it decrements it to 4, then deletes the record and saves it. So it's not just that we're just saying C minus minus. From data store the value is being picked up, then it is decremented and it is saved because it's being updated at the time of remove data. So we will change this remove data. Here. Earlier it was just removing the data. Now while removing, the counter is also getting decremented. Save this and close. Go to view profile.html. Now we have to display this value also. Add the following code after user div will come here. Okay. So we are putting a placeholder where the result will get displayed. Now locate the profile.js file. because this has to be updated now on the screen. Okay, so I have profile.js. Get user method will come here. Get user. Get user method will come here. Okay, so this will be used to display the user counter, get the counter and show the counter. So over here we are picking the value from the data store and calling show counter. Get user is doing show count. Show count is displaying using the div tag which we have put in HTML. It is displaying it. So now we also have to invoke get user method, and that has to be done so it's already there. Get user method will invoke here. That step is already done. So we save this profile and run this. No, it's there, but it's not in my database. It's not there. Users. So over here you will put it get users, and then we deploy to the local server. So we have added a new counter which will get updated as a transaction along with as and when records are added or deleted. So let me just run this and see whether it's working. Until the time it's running, if I can talk to somebody I've not spoken to in the morning. Who is in this login? Pathankot. Anybody on this channel? Pathankot channel? No. Anybody on the Pat Boring Road channel? No. Okay, so this is done. Let me insert a record. Seems to be something wrong. Let me clear my cache first. Yeah, because it was probably picking up from the cache, because I've got this actor as drop down list in this um, so site was not working my center. Okay, so that's okay. We'll talk to you later, Vishnu. I'll talk to you later. The record is saved, and over here you can see a profile available as 1. So similarly I can say so as and when the records are getting saved, the value of the counter is increasing and displayed over here. Let's try to delete. Will it work? Let me deploy it on the Google App Engine and see now. Just say plus or minus if you understood what is happening. Just say plus or minus if you understood what is happening right now. You're getting right. Very good. So till the time it's deploying, let me talk to Borivali. Borivali? Oh, it's hard to... Yeah, hello? Hello, hi, Vishnu. Hi, Vishnu. Good morning. So, have you managed to work on Google App Engine? Yeah. Did you manage to deploy applications on Google App Engine? Sorry?
Yes, sir.
Which applications? Which applications have you deployed, Vishnu? Vishnu, which applications?
Hello.
Yeah, Vishnu. Maven base.
Hello.
Yeah, which applications have you? And can you send me the links of whatever you have deployed in Gmail? Whatever your project IDs are. Yeah?
Yes.
Hello?
I will send you. Yes. I will send you.
Just okay. Thank you. So this has got deployed. So we have to go to okay, thank you. Where did I deploy this? Hello Maven, no. Okay, it says profile available because the counter is 0 right now. Even though there are 2 records, because we have not written any code which will check existing records and then update it and then continue. So let me insert a record. So even though there are 4 records, it's saying 2 profiles because I've inserted 2 records, and while inserting the transactions have got executed. Let's see if delete is working here. Let's delete. delete functions, it doesn't seem to be working on this one. Okay, I know why maybe this is not working. Did I miss a step? Loading call, remove data. Button delete, button delete. Delete. Okay, I will check this later on, but it actually works both ways. So it will increase when you are adding records and decrease when the records are being deleted. So I'll check this and get back to you. So this is what we have discussed about transactions. So transaction is defined as a group of operations on one or more entities. Transactions assure that either all intended effects will apply or none of them will apply. Transactions one second. Okay, so I'll get back to you on this. Transaction assures that either all intended effects will apply or none of them will apply. Transactions assure that data remains in a consistent and predictable state before and after the transaction. Transactions get 60 seconds of duration to complete the task. The entire entity group can be defined as a set of one or more entities which can be manipulated in a single transaction. An entity without a parent is a root entity, and parent entity can be parent of another entity. The transaction interface defines the logical unit of operation to be performed against a data store. So this is what we have discussed about transactions, and next we will be covering is working with emails. This is also a very interesting topic where we will be sending mails from the App Engine to Google and getting the mails back from Gmail to App Engine. Okay, so should I continue, or we should have a break? Okay. So okay, fine. So let's complete this working with emails and then have a break. Okay. So what we will learn about App Engine in this session. Okay, so now whatever related to data, related database we have covered most of the things, and now we are looking at more features of App Engine which will help us use it more efficiently. So one of the features is using this emails. Okay, so what can we do is using, my attendance and all is also coming on emails now. Hopefully you have sent it. So I want to, let's say, have the applications send mails to to users. For example, somebody registers on my website, so I get a mail, thank you for registering. So there is no person who is sitting over there and sending mails, right? So this is being done when the form is submitted. Automatically a mail is going to the user who is filling the form. Similarly, you also, when you are working in NITs, you keep on getting a lot of auto mails, periodic mails. For example, this particular task is pending, so system generated messages keep coming to you. So that is something which is programmatically done, and we can send mails and even mails with attachment, and receive mails using multi-part class, and handle bounce mails. So there are different types of scenarios in emails. So you can have a simple email which is plain text email, or it could be an HTML email or an email with an attachment. So you can be receiving all of these mails, or you can be sending these emails from the program, and the program may also want to receive an email and say, automatically reply saying thank you for your email and we will get back to you shortly. Or it may get a mail, or you may send a mail to an address which does not exist, and those are called as bounce mails. So you may want to find out how many mails are getting bounced. So you can, the bounce mail comes back and you may want to look at those. So how is that done? So let's look at this interesting topic of emails. So are you all okay with this? We'll continue with the emails and send a mail from my application to Gmail. First one is send simple email from application to Gmail. Okay. So sending email message is similar to initiating HTTP request. An App Engine application can send email message by using a mail service API. The application might send email to notify users about system events or action of other users. So you may find that you need to send a mail to notify something. So application might send system notifications to administrators. So this is the application based on some event triggering it, something happening with the system, some mail is generated. So the application can send email on behalf of the sign-in user or an administrator of the application. The mail service does not return a response immediately but stores the mail in queue. So the mail may get delivered or may get bounced back to the sender in case there is an error. So the outgoing message has following elements. There is a sender address, who is sending the message, recipient to CC or BCC, subject, message body, and optional attachment. So there is a mail service Java API called Java Mail API for sending email messages. In Java x.mail package, to send email message, an application prepares an object of MyMessage class that represents a MIME style email message and implements the message abstract class and MIME part interface. The message class models an email message, and this message is then sent. The MIME part interface models an entity as defined by the MIME type. The email message is created using an object of the session class. In Java Mail API, sender and recipient email addresses are represented using instance of the internet address class. So we will see how this is done when we see the practical application. To set the sender address, an application called the setForm method of the MyMessage class is used. So the sender address must be of one of the following types: the Google account address of one of the application administrator. This is the people who can send the message. The address of currently signed in user, or any valid email receiving address for the app, like --xxx@appid.appspotmail.com. So here it could be support.helloworldmaven11205.appspotmail.com. So this is the mail where the mails will be received. This is the address where mails will be received by the system, and these are the sender's email addresses. And this is showing how you can create the from address, sender's email address. So it will get the property, session interface property, get default instance, message is equal to new MIME message session, message.setForm new internet address, admin@example.com, admin. So this will set the sender's email address. Then you have to also set the recipient's email address, the body of the message, and the subject. So the replies to all the messages sent by the application to the sender's address. You can add a separate email address for replies using set reply to method. The add recipient method of the MyMessage class is used to set the recipients. So we will have to say recipients, who the message is going to. So over here it's going to user@example.com, and this is the name of the user, Mr. User. So add recipient message dot recipient type dot to new internet address user@example.com, Mr. User. So here we are setting the subject and message of the email. Send the email using following code snippet: set subject, account activation, set text, congratulations, your example account has been activated, and then transport.send message sends the message. So now let's see how we can create a simple form, and when we say submit, system itself sends a message to the user. So you're working as a web developer in Technosoft Inc. Your company has asked you to develop an application that allows users to send emails. The application must have a page to compose a message as shown as follows. So actually it could be like you could be doing both the things. You could be probably accepting this detail and storing it in the data store as well as sending it as an email. So we will just concentrate over here as sending the message. I've closed projects which are already open. Now I'm importing this email demo servlet, and this is a normal existing project. So I've chosen this normal existing project into workspace. Set this path. It says not. Okay, it has to be. This is the email demo project. In this servlet, we will write this code. We'll have to create this form. This is a small form where HTML form which you are seeing, which will accept the recipient name, recipient address, and the subject of the message and the message. So this is a small form which we will create, and we will add on this code. In this code we will write message, email and subject are parameters. Okay, here the message is new my message session, message set from new. So from this one is picking up the name, message, email, subject from the form and storing it over here in this string, and the internet address over here right now is support at email app-909.appspot.com. This has to be changed to the email address of your project ID .appspot.com, and let's say admin. This is the person who is sending the message, and recipient is message.recipient.to, comma new internet address, email and name. So whatever was passed from the form, like the name and the email, these are passed. Then message.set subject, you set the subject, set the body, and then you say transport.send message, and this is in the try block. And if there is an error, you'll say something went wrong, please try again, throw a runtime exception, and if everything goes well, it'll say your email is sent. Compose another email, so it will kind of display this message. So let me just take this and okay, then we also need to create the form. How do we? So we have created the project, we have created in the war folder. So in this sendmail.htm we will put in the form. Now it does index call this sendmail. So in the index we are already calling sendmail.htm. That's okay. So we have done this. So it was also saying this is style sheet is there. Okay, fine. Style sheet for the form. There is a style sheet. Fine. So now I think we can just deploy this. So I will deploy this on another server now. I don't want to use this. Another project. Let's say this blacklist. So we specify the project ID. Now let's deploy this on the App Engine only. Or maybe first on the local system. Sendmail.htm not found. Okay, the name has to be send email. Okay, stop. Okay. So I have a form. So this is working on the local system. Now let's run this on the okay, and also let's see what is happening in the back end. It doesn't show mail sent. Okay, no problem. Let me deploy this on the server. Okay, one thing I've missed out, sorry. In this file, sendmail.email.html, sorry, in the servlet, you have to change this email address to the project ID which you are using. So set from new internet address support 813-2-blacklist at asspot.com. This is the name of the project. This has to be done. Now let me deploy this. So till the time it's deploying, what I wanted was that you guys are now developing this application. So in case you guys should create a group, Google App Engine group or something, and post and share your experiences and try to help each other in getting online as a group. Compose email. Okay, so now let's see this practically sent to me. My address is NIT Google App Engine 3 at gmail.com. Hi from App Engine. This message is from application on App Engine. So I just made a small form for myself, and now I'm just clicking send message. So it says email is sent, compose another email. So first let's see if the first email has gone or not. So I will check my mailbox for this mail. So you see over here, admin, hi from App Engine. This message is from this. So even you guys who are there can use this link or this application, this form. This is the link. This is the link. So this will get that form, and then you can also send messages to my mailbox here right now till the time this application is running. So how did you find this interesting, right? You can have users submit a form which is getting probably stored into the data store, and along with it a mail can be sent to the user. Right now we just sent a mail, we've not stored it. Is this fine? This is okay? Okay, good. So we go ahead with so now we are looking at sending a message with an attachment. So attachment has a file name and a file data that has to be maximum 10 MB. You can send a message with file attachment using object from the my multipart class. So it's basically sending a message with an attachment. Multipart means there are multiple parts to a mail. Currently this was just a simple mail, but there can be mails with attachment. So if you want to send mail with attachment, then this multi-part thing comes in, and so you say add body part MP. So there is a my body part where you define this HTML part. You say mp.add body part HTML part. So this is HTML text, my body part at attachment, new my body part, which has an attachment dot set file name manual.pdf, and then you set the type to application/pdf, and you say add body part attachment and set content to empty. So this is a code snippet showing how to create a message with attachment, right? So we will see probably this. An application can also receive an email message sent to specific address. For example, if a mail is sent to support at some address, this app ID dot this thing, then we can also create an application which will receive that email. The application can reply to the email immediately or set up a work that can cause the reply to be sent later. Receiving email message similar to receiving HTTP request. The working of receiving an email is shown in figure over here. So there is an email service. So there is a front end which is there, and then application servers are there. So email will come and get stored in your server. So by default this is disabled. We'll have to add this kind of a thing, snippet, in one of the files. Inbound-service mail service inbound-service, and HTTP request uses the post action and is set to the mail to hyphen address URL, where address is the full email address including domain name. So in Java, incoming email URL path is mapped to servlet address, and we will have to write over here a servlet to receive emails. So we will see this in a activity, how to receive an email. You're working as a web developer in Technosoft. Your company asks you to create an application that accepts emails and writes them to a log file. To complete this activity, you need to import email demo project to Eclipse, and this is how it will look like that when the mail comes. So mail will get displayed like this, because it's going to be stored in the log files. Okay, so let's receive a mail. So there was a problem on, okay, I have just now renamed my email demos to email demo send using this refactor option, and I've imported the email demo to receive email. So this one is the same this thing. Now let's see what all changes have to be done. Ensure that you have a Gmail account, import a Google application, create a servlet to handle incoming email and request, modify the configuration files and deploy the test, and test the application. Ensure that we have already created a Google account. We import this file and create a receive email servlet. Example package. New servlet. For it. RDCIE. Seems to be giving me problem. So I will create a new application from. Hmm. 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 Okay, let me just pick up the solution first. This. Okay, so this is a receive email servlet. In this, we have a new session being created whenever we receive an email, and in this session we use this get input stream to get the message.content will get the content of the message, and it will write it to the log file, received a email message such and such, or else a warning will be displayed. So let me try to run this. And to do this, in App Engine you have to give the path of in this. As over here it's mentioned, you have to give this inbound in the App Engine web.xml. These lines have to be added: inbound service, email service. This has to be added over here, which has been done. And in web.xml, these lines are added to specify the URL pattern. So that receive email servlet is registered to handle all incoming mail requests which are coming to _ah mail / star URL. So let's try to deploy this now. So the servlets are now in place. This is the earlier one, send mail, but there is a backend, there is a receiving servlet also running. So now let me send a mail to myself, reply to this mail actually. I had got this mail. So if I reply to this mail, the address to this is support@a13-2-blacklist.appspot.com. So thank you for your email message. Bye. So I am just replying to it, and this is going to go to the servlet and get saved in the log file. So I had received the mail, I am now sending it back, the reply. Message has been sent. Now the servlet would have picked up the message and saved it in the log file. So now we have to see a new concept called log file, which is present over here. If you go to this console, there is a logs option over here. So over here you can see received a message, so it has received the message. Now currently it is not showing because probably I need to send it as plain text. So let me reply it back and as a plain text. So yeah, here you can see that message which I had sent, thank you once again for your message, bye, has come. This will come when you send that mail as a plain text Otherwise it comes as a multi-part message, and we have not put some code for multi-part handling, which we'll do in the next exercise. So at that point it will get displayed. So when you send this message back, when you reply, select the plain text mode option, and this message will be put by the servlet in this form in the log file. So is this clear now? The running of the servlet. Okay, so now let's take 30 minutes break, and we'll come back to this. We'll do more on emails and more features after that, and this is a 30 minutes lunch break. Okay.